Oh, here we go. Oh, you are. Hi, Fighter now. How are you? And hi, Phoenix. I would say I might just be able to do the 4 hours tonight. My neck is killing me. I'm in a lot of pain. But maybe it might ease off. We might be able to get 6. But I've got a ton of seeds, but I'm going to need an awful lot to finish this. There's still a lot to do on this. I took that other log achievement out as well, so it's just finishing the main story that's left. So, we need tons of dye, and we need tons of seeds. The problem with a spruce seed is you can't actually buy it, or it's very rare. So I'll have to go chopping trees. No problem, Phoenix, no problem. So how have you been fighting there? But it will take a while to put these in. When these are in, let's say, and I've got the town up properly, what is a ton of stuff I could do? Probably the best one would be something like that. I think, stopping it at each place and filling it in from the side. Eventually doing something here, maybe even on the outside. We'll see. Yeah, no, this is really bad. It's compressing on the nerve. I've tried the heat stuff and that and the cold. I've tried everything. It's absolutely destroying me. It's even causing severe migraines as well. I'm hoping it will go away eventually, It usually does. But yeah, I tried all the heated stuff. My wife used that sort of thing a lot. Got me to use it. I could see no benefit. In fact, it aggravated it. I used the sprays, I used everything. Deep heat, deep freeze, neck pillows. Yeah. I think the damage is too much. Now, I suppose we hit the villages first. We still have a ton of painting, a lot of stuff to do. Let me see what time it is. Oh, I see it's 4. Okay, we'll have to kill some time here. We'll kill some time here. Right, let's see what we've got here. 45. Good, good. Valhalla. I thought that was pretty okay. Not as an Assassin's Creed game, but as a kind of Viking game. Yeah. But the same kind of stuff with Valhalla, that kind of ticking the boxes kind of thing. I recently picked up Mirage. It's probably a middle-of-the-road game, but I picked it up cheap. You don't want to be picking up games cheap now, Father now. They can be very disappointing, some of them. I thought Valhalla wasn't too bad. But I didn't like the DLCs. I think they went too deep into mythology. The main story was pretty decent. Especially raiding the monasteries to get all that junk. I thought that was cool. Those guys are working quick, aren't they? Okay. Oh yeah, we gotta make bronze. I hear the wolves in the background as well. God, even I can even feel it in my wrist. Oh, okay. I might have to get some different pillows or something. Might help. What the? Eight. Oh, oh, there's wolves there, all right. Yeah, there's definitely wolves there. There's a ton of them. And welcome back, Phoenix. Playing since 1. I like the universe. The games are... They are really, aren't they? Yeah. That wasn't bad though, Valhalla. I thought it was interesting enough. How do I do this again? Okay. Yeah, come get some. Come get some. Oh, sugar. Did I get him? I did. Wasn't a bad shot, actually. Okay, what I need is this, just in case. Right, let's take out these wolves. They're spawning pretty close to the buildings here, but... Oh, there's another one. They usually come in trees, alright. Oh, there's more than 3. Hang on. There's a ton of these guys. No, maybe there's 2 packs. Got him. Yeah, there is. There's 4. I've never seen 4 before. Kidding me. Okay, I better change over arrows. Nah. We're good. There we go. I've never seen 4 together. 3 at the most. I spent over 60 hours in the Fallout 4 save doing collectibles. Oh, the game crashed. I loaded back into the game and it gave me 80% of the achievements. So you missed... Which game were you playing, Phoenix? Oh, that's weird. Were you playing, let's say, Fallout 4? You were collecting the books and the stuff like that, was it? Which one was that? Yeah, but, oh yeah, it was. You did say Fallout 4, yeah. Yeah, Fallout 4. That's weird. What collectibles were you getting? Let me see. There's the bobbleheads. What else is there? I forget the achievements on that one. So, what achievements did you fail? The magazines. Ah! I think I know what happened. Are you sure you got all of them? There's the one in Nuka World that's pretty buggy. And basically when you go in there, some guy throws a grenade and it glitches beneath the ground. I had to get a... what did I get? I got one of those power armors and I glitched myself beneath the map to get that magazine, to get that achievement. Check and see if you're missing one. It's usually on a rack, let's say in one of the stores as you're going in. But there's a guy there with a grenade or something. He keeps chucking it and it goes sideways. Oh, yeah. Oh, it gave you the achievements which you didn't earn. Ooh. Oh, that's weird. No, it's never happened to me. It's definitely some kind of bug. Yeah, I wish to God I have a game called Return to Enon or NN. I wish that would crash and give me the achievements. 4 of the achievements I got permanently bugged. They won't pop. I have the opposite problem. Yeah, of course. No, yeah, absolutely. Now, make it something to drink and then we move out. Yeah, the opposite one. 4 of the last achievements on it, and the game was very, very, very mid at best as well. It really had nothing going for it. Except maybe the graphics were okay. That's not enough to support a game, yeah? Now... I don't know, I think as a developer, BGS are done. I think they're toast. I think, let's say at least 50% of people who would buy their junk regularly, within the next year or two, will drop off. Not only are they not making reasonable games anymore, but even the ones that are kind of playable, there's no upkeep. They're getting buggier and glitchier and, and they still persist on going with the creation engine. With the games they plan to make with that and the time it would take, they're going to have that creation engine for at least another 20 years. Oh my god. That would leave the engine, let me see. I don't know, about 40, 45 maybe, would it? You gotta love BGS. So what do you think of this Game Pass thing, Phoenix? Didn't matter to me, I don't have it. They upped it by 50%. But they also cut the reward points by 50% and put a cap on it as well. So the max you can earn would be about, for an entire year, if you jump through all those stupid hoops, and of course buying games as well, it's 100, and I think that's with the ultimate thing. It's bad. Well, I did call it a couple of years back. I said once Microsoft feel comfortable enough buying up these games companies and they think they've got enough of the market and enough people over on Game Pass, they'll jack up the price. To be honest, even I was surprised how much. 50% is a bit much. I thought to jack it up by about 20 when they got a chance, or even pushing it 25, but 50? Can't blame him for trying, I suppose. I don't think, to be honest, Game Pass for the average, oh absolutely, for the average gamer was really worth it. You know, even at the 20 a month. You know, because you know the average gamer would, let's say, only have a few hours, maybe a day to play, if lucky. You know, and usually stick to the same game for a while. But I suppose it was okay for the first day release, isn't that? You know. But now that it's jacked up to that, it's definitely not worth it. It was never worth it for me anyway. I stayed too long on the same game. Yeah, yeah. They splashed out a lot of money on the companies they bought. They do waste a lot. Remember all the cash they spent, Phoenix on Mixer? You remember that? Yet the platform was falling apart. You know, they were mean when it came to doing anything on the platform. You know, improving the tech on it and, you know, smoothing out the little edges here and there, or, you know, maybe taking care of their own streamers, you know, on Mixer. Maybe giving them some free games or something, you know, to give out anything. No, instead they bought some streamers from Twitch. Gave them a big pile of money. Oops. Yeah. There, let me put this back in. It's like trying to buy love, isn't it? Sheer arrogance. You think you can throw enough money at something, you make it work. It doesn't work that way. Even in finance. They've upped the console as well. And they're doing some propaganda that it will be more like a PC. Oh my good God, I must think we're gullible. I think they're upping it by 200 or something. Well, it'll cost around the same as a kind of mid-range PC, but I guarantee you the performance won't be. You remember the hype we got? Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Do you remember the hype we got for these so-called next-gen consoles? You know, they're going to be special. They're going to be like a PC. We've heard this one before. It's like listening to Todd all over again. And now we're getting the same junk again. It might have something a little extra, I suppose. But, nah. Guy would be better off buying a mid-range PC. Yeah, that's what it is for Game Pass. Now, with a bit of luck, this neck pain might ease a little bit. I can't feel my fingers, they're numb. And it's not cold, it's blood flow, or it's the nerve, or God knows what it is. Oh, hi Terry, how are you? Yeah, the storm wasn't too bad here after, really. Just a bit of wind. Nothing that serious about it. The usual. Oh, that's good to hear. Now, I'll just make some of that dye we get ready for our trip in the morning. Eventually gonna have to figure out some kind of design for this settlement, but we have to line it with trees. But it's starting to grow now. They've been put down in sections because I can't get enough seeds in one go. And it is a pain in the backside getting those seeds because it's about a 1 in 5 drop from the trees. There we go. Right, cook some food, sleep, and then we'll head off. I've bought a ton of the other seeds, so we won't be really needing those. So the majestic seed, alright, if we get our hands on it. You only get one of those a season. Now, I've moved most people out to the mines just to improve their skills. We'll be bringing them back shortly, I'd say. Well, the problem is I can't build any more houses till I make some kind of perimeter on this. Alright, let's just give these guys a check. Change over some food. And then we see if we can line the other ones up. Ah, he's okay. Okay, we'll cook that meat and we'll give them something a little fresher, I suppose. Not that it makes much of a difference. This neck is an absolute nightmare. Alright, where is it? That one there. There. Well, they definitely have enough water anyway. Right. Okay, I think we're ready. Ready as we're gonna ever be. This will take a few seasons for those to grow properly, but getting enough of them is going to be it's going to be a thing, isn't it? All right, let's have a look at these guys. Where's that water guy? 7. Yeah, well, we're okay. Doesn't seem to be anything. Yeah, okay. Right. I suppose we'll hit the 4 villages first. There's another thing we definitely have to do. We need to go moose hunting. And I will show you why. I think there are only trophies to hang that really look anyway sensible. Those ones. Now, we'll do a bit of hunting on the way as well. I think maybe I'm putting the fencing on the outside of those trees. We'll see. I think we're done here, aren't we? Yeah, we are. Okay. Right. No, we don't need any more settlers. I got the last farmer I needed until we build some houses. And we have really nowhere to put them, so...
Giddy up.
Well, what's holding me up is I need to get the trees to... You know, roughly around there, on each side. So what I'll probably do with this... I'll start another roadway going right to there. So it will probably be something like that, maybe coming from there. I think that's the only way we could do that one. But we'll see. We still have time. We have a bunch of stuff to do. And we've only got one achievement left, and that's finishing the story. So I'll hold back on that, obviously. We'll do the little side quests. First of all, we need to get these 4 villages out of the way. And we'll hunt the moose at the same time. And of course we need to buy some dye and stuff, but everything else I think it's okay. Gonna hold back on that, so it's pointless checking that. Oh, there's 3 vendors here, is there?
How is lunch? Whatever you need, I've got it.
Yeah, this is the dye. We need green and yellow. Oh yeah, we can actually make yellow dye. I'll be needing a ton of that. Hang on. I better get this because we need to do the kind of painting pattern on the outside. Okay, this is going to cost a fortune. Alright, we'll go for it. Let's see what the damage is. Ooh. Rough. Rough.
Take care.
Okay,
Hey-ho,
who's...
hey-ho, hail, friend.
Okay. Okay, why not? Why not?
Take care.
Your trade is in my nature.
Yeah, they've got the birch seedling, but not the spruce. But you never know, you might have. Let me see. Never spruce for some reason. No spruce. Unbelievable. There, that's all 3. Right, we'll leave our horsey here, he'll be safe. And we'll just mark this one out, we'll see if we can... I think there might be a moose around here somewhere. Yeah, there's a moose there, you see that guy? We'll get him when we leave the second village. The second village, oh hang on, that's across the water. Okay. There's some clay as well. I think we should grab it. Because if we're going to start making the dye ourselves, we're going to need a lot of clay. Where was it again? Down here. Yeah, there it is. So grab this as quick as we can. It's the most depressing thing ever, chronic pain. We can make some clay balls with that. Okay, last one. And let me move that fan a little closer to me. Humidity is starting to take off now as well. Things were not bad enough. There. Now, where are we going? Over there, isn't it? Yep. We do some moose hunting. So what we really need to do, regardless of the seeds, we'll have to spread out that settlement with a roadway. We can square it off and then we can see how far we're going. I suppose we could do an inner palisade on this. But I didn't want to kill the view. So we'll have to work on... Oh, I was thinking for the miners of building the smaller houses. Yeah, because there's 5 mines, but... Oh my god, how many miners will we need if we're going to do this properly? We would need, then there's the offspring as well, you see. Well, let's say to get the number we need, we would need, what? 10 houses. Yeah, you need a minimum of 10. That's including the offspring. We'd need 10 just for the miners.
How do you do?
This guy has 0. I think it's time to get rid of this junk here. Make a bit of room. What have I got here? Yeah, I get rid of the bric-a-brac. Okay. That should do it.
Hope to see you soon.
I think there's at least one more vendor here, is there? Yep.
Greeting. Another quest. Welcome.
Right.
Farewell.
Okay. Hunting we will go. I've got better boats this time, so we should be able to get a one-shot kill on these guys. Where did I see that guy? Sugar. There it is. Yeah, there he is there. They're the guys we're looking for. And it's still only a 50-50 chance killing the 3 of them to get one of those trophy thingies. Okay, where is it? This way. Yeah, we'll run to this. It's actually not far to go. I think I'll get rid of that bronze bolt altogether. Where's the iron ones? Oh, I used poison on those, didn't I? Okay, we'll stick with the bronze bolts then for a while. No, that's just a deer. Not what we're looking for. Yeah, move it. It's another deer. More deers. All deers. All deer. Right, this way. Right, where are those idiots? There's one there. You see him? I see him. Yeah, there's one guy there. Shoot him in the backside. And the rabbit has done a runner. And there's the other guy. Oh, he's a biggie, isn't he? And that is usually 3, but it's sometimes 2. Oh, there's the other guy. Yeah, okay, we got all 3. Still not a guarantee we'll get one of those trophy things, but we'll see. We'll check in a second. I can use the other skulls on the smaller houses. Just need these for the larger ones. There we go. Now, did we even get one? No. Ah well, we did our thing. Can't do much more than that. Okay, we need to get here. Let's see, is there any more of them here? The Oxbow map was a little bit better for hunting these guys. Okay. Right. It's more of a shopping thing now, I suppose we're doing. Oh. Okay, why not? Okay, there's a ton of these. I don't know, will we put them down with 1? We did. We did. There we go for a headshot one with this guy. Ah, it's not bad. That's not bad. Party chat while watching stream, and my friends said that I always have my stream on, yeah? And this is kind of use. I suppose I could use some of the scores on the smaller houses. They don't look too bad. And once you get a decent weapon in this game, it's not too bad. Decent arrows. Especially the poison tip ones. But if these guys come out with another game similar to this kind of stuff, I will most definitely buy it. And there's not many developers left out there I could say that to. To concentrate. Oh. Alright, let's get going. I suppose we might as well target those guys as well. We'll eventually need, not the badgers. I noticed there's no message boards on this map like the Oxbow. But then again, there was no stories, so I just went with the message boards, I'd say. Better start taking out some of the smaller quests, you know that. Let's see, is there a quest here? Ah, sugar. Right, let's see if these guys got a quest. They have. Yeah. What we'll do is we'll buy whatever these guys have. And then we'll see what that quest is about. And playing games usually helps me to relax. Or forget this stupid pain I'm in. Yeah, we all have our ways. Okay, enough of the bull. Now, she's got what I need. Where is she?
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, we'll do that in a second.
Hail, friend. Best goods in the realm.
Alright. And another thing I've noticed about this map, they don't sell black dye. No, it's just chronic pain in my neck. It's driving me nuts, giving me migraines and really cutting into what little sleep I get. But I feel like all of my neck muscles are pulled 24/7. And it's giving me migraines. It's giving me a strange sensation around my jaw bones. Like, that's really hard to explain. It's like, how could I put it? It's like it's almost like an electric shock, you know, deep in the bone. Yeah, I suppose that's the only way I could put it. It's that kind of pain that is almost impossible. No, I know what the problem is. I've got a bulged disc, Terry, and I just have to put up with it. The only other option is to get an operation that is pretty risky, so I'll hold out as long as I can, you know. The operation would, you know, if everything went amazingly well, I would be out of action for maybe 6 months or more. Or if it went horribly bad, well, you know, I would be paraplegic. No, it's nothing like that. It's, you know, just some stupid pain. But it's nothing terminal or anything like that, you know. But yeah, I always see my doc and, you know, I see my specialists and that. Hi, Young. How have you been? No, it's just something I can't control, obviously. I'm hoping that, you know, giving a bit of time, like the first time I got the injury, Terry, that it will, you know, kind of settle back in place and maybe ease off the nerve a bit. That's what I'm hoping for. Nah. I'm old, but not that old. I'll be around for quite some time. Nice. Ah, that's good. Change in weather is coming true. You can feel it in your joints also, yeah? Right. Let's give her some junk, I suppose. That is a lot of meat.
Take care.
Now, we'll pick up her quest. Might as well start doing some of the quests, you know that.
Someone has been battering our king up.
God, the NPCs are rubbish on this. But we've got all we can kind of deal with for the time being. Yeah, absolutely. Oh. There's nothing to worry about. I'm good. No, it's just as you get older and if you have those types of injuries, you know, it's always a kind of ongoing thing. You know, I remember when I was your age, you know, a lot of relatives, you know, around my age that had a very active kind of physical career. Pretty much the same. I've seen it all before. It does. It does.
How can I help you? Only the best products here.
Right, he's got a squad. But I have half a chance with this. Well, I'm hoping anyway, young. You know, it might take a couple of months, but you know, it might kind of ease back off that nerve again. You know? But it will take a while. I'll probably even get some atrophy because of it. My arms this time. My God. That'll look sweet then. Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah, yeah. But that thing we feel, let's say, you know, before the weather changes, that kind of ache we get in our joints, and that's the air pressure. Yeah, we're really sensitive to that. So you've ever heard that old story that you can actually feel it in your bones? Well, kind of, yeah. Oh, hi Pokemons. How are you? It has been a while. Not too bad, not too bad. It's just my disc has been giving me problems. About 3 weeks ago I stupidly moved the mattress and I'm suffering now because of it. But I'm hoping it will kind of... Maybe it's just... You know, it's probably inflamed and swelled and it's pushing on a nerve. It's driving me crazy. But yeah, pretty good. No, it's nothing massively serious. It's just, you know, annoying chronic pain. Living barometers, correct, yeah. Oh, nice, nice. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, we get around and you'll definitely need one for work. Yeah, best of luck with that.
Sometimes I've got a feeling the whole world freezes me.
Now, I need some of my drug of choice, nicotine, I'm afraid. Not a wise decision. Right, there we go. No, I was off for a while, Pokemons. I just did the first map and then we played a couple of other games and finished them. And now I'm back, you know, once I give it a bit of a rest. Yeah, we did a full playthrough, long playthrough of Cyberpunk with Liberty DLC. We finished that. We finished a rubbish indie game called Retreat to Enon. And I think we did another one as well. Yeah. And then we're back here in this just to get the last achievements and play on the map we haven't played on. Yeah. This is a very good game. I'm very impressed. For what it is, it's the best indie game I've ever played. You know. Saying that, I haven't played a ton of them, but I've played a few. It depends on what you want from a game. It can be a bit of a learning curve. But I think it's very good. If you're into building, if you're into the kind of settlement management, it's got something for everyone. You know. But like all indie games, there's not much of a story and there's zero voice acting. I've kind of gotten used to voice acting. Don't have a ton of patience for reading script. I think the Creation Club finished me with that. Now let me get something to drink. Let's see if I can stay hydrated. Wonder if I can get some kind of brace for my neck. Probably. Or a new neck. So, what have you been up to? Have you been playing any new games lately? But yeah, I think it's a great game. I would highly recommend it. If you liked the kind of, settlement management and all of that kind of stuff. It can be a tad grindy, but the settings, let's say, if you want to use... excuse me, to make it a bit easier. Excuse me.
As if somebody posted.
But yeah, we finished the other large settlement we're doing on the Oxbow map. I think you've seen that one. Yeah, I think you did. Now, let's save here and we'll see what our little quest is about. Yeah, we'll go down to this one here. Perfect. She said something about sticks. I'm sorry. Oh, sugar. Okay. Do you need it? I'll get some. Well, that's not too bad because I'll tell you why. I've got a resource storage thing down here. So that kind of worked out good. I usually wouldn't carry that junk. What does she need anyway? It's usually a sewing problem. 5 all. 5 all. Yeah, I've got some here. I suppose while we're here as well, I get rid of that junk. Okay. Onions, that's something we have to look out for as well. I forgot about that. We can actually make some yellow dye. It's a bit of a pain, but it would hurry things up a little bit quicker. Oh, we got a moose skull, guys. Yeah, I thought we didn't. We got one. We got a moose skull. So, what is it, 5 wool? We haven't got a ton of it, but we definitely got enough. And seeing as we're here, we'll get that ready for sale. Oh, that was an easy enough quest. There we go. Done and done. Okay, round 2. This one here. I wonder if there's any more moose around. I never really checked this map out properly. Not a ton of moose. Yeah, we killed a guy back here. I think there's one down here. Yeah, there he is. We'll get him in a moment. We should be collecting those guys every season, I'd say. This village is pretty nearby. wonder if I hold my neck in this position. One moment. It might get some of the strain off, maybe. I'll wind up with this condition like Quasimodo on the end, I'd say. Hunched over. Like a 90-year-old.
Copy the name.
Oh, did I say we were dirty? Ah.
And a roof over my head, of course.
These guys might not speak with us now. They're a bit discerning here.
How can I help you? Wants to
No,
see my
we're good.
wares?
Okay. That's gonna be costly, but it will save us a bit of time. Now, ooh, 100 knives. That was a bit bad, wasn't it? No, I'm okay, really. No, this is something that something like that couldn't fix. This is just some bad luck I had with my neck. No, but I'm good. No, I was never here for that, really. I can get the treatment any time. It's not a problem, Terry. It's just the treatment is very risky, and we decided with my specialist that unless it gets to the stage where, you know, I really can't stand it anymore, or there's a chance that, you know, if it's taken out of my hands, let's say, and it slips a bit further, and it has to be done when there's nothing to lose, then I'll get it done. You're talking about a really serious, procedure.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, that Norbert. I think we have the two of them, don't we? Okay. Now, let's see. But my guess is, worst case scenario, well, I think give it another few weeks, it might ease a bit. I remember when I first got this injury, I was literally screaming in pain for like 2 months. But it eventually kind of died to the level I could withstand. So I'm guessing, I'm hoping this is no different. Give it a few weeks, maybe even a month. As long as it's not permanent. I don't think I could live with this if it was permanent. Sometimes you have no control over something like that. You just gotta roll with it, Terry. And accept it, Now, let me see. I don't think I've ever really been down there, but there's nothing down there anyway. So, I don't know, so what a shot. Let's say we kind of run out there. Are we at the last village? Yeah, we are. Hang on. Yeah, it might be worth a shot. Apparently we weren't out here. I noticed by the... Yeah, this is pretty blank, isn't it? There's gotta be like a ton of animals. Right. We'll see if we can go there, just to make it fun. Now, how far is this away? 700 and something. Okay, time for a horsey, I'd say. The big problem we have is the stupid spruce seeds. Any way we have of getting them in the game. I very rarely see them for sale, and if it is, there's only one. I need hundreds. But it's not impossible. We just gotta drop trees. And the problem is, the drop rate is not great. But it can be done. Yeah, it can be done. But no rush for a little bit. Ah, a connection. It's nice to have a connection with other people.
Let's go.
That's what keeps us human, isn't it?
Move on.
Hey. Okay, this looks interesting, guys. Sick person. A kindred spirit. Okay, we won't rob him blind for a moment till we see what he wants. He might have cooties. Can I help you with anything? Could you bury me? Oh my god. I know how he feels. Alive? No, of course not, but soon enough I need to bid farewell to this world. The poisoning is... okay. What happened? I would love to say a venomous snake bit me, blah blah blah, these steep, tragic death, but unfortunately, it's luckily that will be my bane. Could you speak more clearly? I'll speak plainly then. Okay, appetite, blah blah blah. The roast properly, okay. So we gotta get this guy medicine. Yeah, no other choice, young. So maybe I can give you something to heal this poisoning. If it's cinematic, you know you can quite easily heal poisoning with potions or herbs. Okay, so maybe I can give you something to heal poisoning. Do you have anything? I don't have anything, but I can fetch you something. What would this guy need?
Have a good day.
And how would I even find my way back to this idiot? Sugar. Where is he anyway? Let me see. He's right at the signpost here. Yeah, okay, just right outside of this village. There he is down here. There's the village and he's right here. Okay, change of plans. We're gonna buy some medicine. We need a herbalist. I don't think there's any herbalists there.
Onward.
Right, let's go.
Onward.
Yeah, the horse makes it a lot easier. It's not too bad. It will eventually relent. You just gotta stick it out. It's just part of living, Terry, you know? we eventually wear out. Yeah, where am I going to get a herbalist? Okay. Well, I think if I go back to the settlement, I might be able to make something. Let's see. Okay, where's this guy?
I'm
Should be
thirsty.
two of them. Oh, sugar. I forgot about this guy here. Keep forgetting about the food. Oh, no problem. No problem, sorry. There we go. Now let's sell a bit. I'd say we hit back and I do have a herbalist hut and we'll see if we can make him something, I suppose.
How are you? Best goods in the realm.
Oh, he's only got junk, so...
Have a good day.
Now there should be one more vendor here. I think it's a herbalist, isn't it? I see there's a quest here as well. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. It's almost impossible to see any vendors on this. No, that's the only vendor I can see. Okay, we'll hit back to our own hut and we'll see if we can work it out. Where's my horse? Probably need to go back and keep an eye on things anyway. Oh, we'll see if we can get that. What's that little thing we're looking for on the way back? Yeah. On the way back, we'll kill this guy. Kill two birds with one stone. There. Well, that's a nice way to be, sorry. Absolutely. But it's a very logical thing too. You know what I mean? We are probably no different than machines. You know, parts wear. The problem is, you know, unlike a machine, we can't replace them. Obviously, there's a lot of factors in place, but you know, no matter how well or how lucky you are, it will eventually get you. You know, get you much sooner. Obviously, if you know you've had a certain lifestyle or career, or even genetics can play a part. But it's something that smiles at all men. And just like the Reaper, there's no avoiding it. I suppose if you were born in a palace or something, and you were sitting on your backside, maybe day and night, you know, having people attending to you and that kind of stuff, yeah, obviously. You know, you might, you know, live out your years without feeling any major pain. But for the vast majority of us that have to, you know, kind of do stuff, that's not the case. Oh, but it's not a biggie. It's just annoying, you know. Especially in the neck. I'm a walking disaster. Yeah, there is people like that. Absolutely. Now, let's just pause this while I get something to drink. But even with that kind of privilege, young, there's problems. There's always problems. What was it I heard someone say once about the medical system? Let me see if I can... Yeah. Two types of people don't get the proper treatment. One type because they're too poor and they get nothing, and the other type because they're too rich and they get everything. That's an interesting quote. I can't remember who said that.
Onward!
Oh, it's very dark, isn't it? Well, you know what? Yeah, we'll light a fire if we can, and we'll wait this one out. Okay, we need 16 sticks. Okay. Now, right, let's give this one a shot. Maybe I should twist my neck that way, maybe. Yeah, okay, that's maybe a bit better. But I suppose one could say, you know, why even bother streaming if you're in pain? I always find playing games to be... Yeah, it makes it easier. Gives you a chance to forget about it. Else I'd be just watching TV or looking at the ceiling. Now, oh yeah, we're going for the... where are they anyway? Oh, he's still a good bit away. How far is that marker? No, it's only 3. Okay, we'll leave the horsey there. Yeah, we'll do a runner. Oh, sugar. No, it's just a dingo. Yeah, it does. For me, anyway, it works. I remember Skyrim and Fallout 4 got me through a really, really bad patch out. It's what actually drove me to streaming. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it feels like, you know, when you fall asleep awkwardly somewhere and you pull a muscle in your neck? Yeah, it feels like that, but, you know, at least with a muscle pull, you know, if you hold your head in a certain way or don't move, you know, it will give you a little bit of relief. With this, it's like, you know, the worst part of a muscle pull, but it never stops. You find yourself squirming all the time. Now, where are those moose? Let's see, can we grab another trophy? Hello, Toby. Are you gonna scratch my back? No? You're a useless dog, Toby. I'm gonna trade you in for a cat. Okay, where are these? They should be around here somewhere. Oh, okay, here we go. Here we go. Cats. I don't mind cats, yeah. But, you know, we've always had dogs. My gran used to keep a ton of cats. Oh, I think cats are nice. I remember our neighbour had a cat here. Well, she's neighbourish. She's living a good bit away. But her cat used to always kind of come down and... You know, I would feed it and play with it, whatever. I don't think she used to give it a lot of attention, a neighbour. But she moved away about 5 or 6 miles to another place. And even after that, every so often, the cat would come and visit me. I didn't realise they could travel that far. Yeah, well, okay, maybe it wasn't 5 miles, but it was a good 2.5 miles, I'd say. About maybe 3 and a bit kilometres. Yeah, they really get around. Very independent. It depends. You know, if you were a kid and you grew up with dogs, you'd probably prefer dogs. But if you were in a household with cats, you know, you'd probably prefer cats. You know? I like both dogs and cats. But they have different traits. Dogs are, you know, pack animals. And cats are more like kind of lone predator kind of things. So they have different traits. Yeah, okay, I ain't going after you, don't worry. Kidding me, the speed of that thing. There. I think there's another one down there. Yeah, we'll just get this guy before we... I think there's another guy down there. They're usually in trees, but not always. Sometimes it's just two. Yeah, kind of, yeah. He remembers me. Where did we meet, Terry? Was it in party chat, or did I raid him or something? I think I might have raided him, didn't I? Okay, 3 for 3. But I've never seen any more than 3. I've seen it as little as 2, and that's about it. Yeah, 2 or 3. On Twitch. So I must be following him back, yeah. We must stream at different times, because every time I'm looking for someone to raid, I don't see him. What I do when I raid is, if I'm lucky enough, let's say, you know, there's somebody I rarely see, I'd raid them or, you know, that kind of thing. Don't ask me why I killed that pig, but we did. Oh, sugar. Yes, silly piece of bacon. On kick. Oh. Oh, that's why I haven't seen him. He's moved to kick. I heard kick is a little bit like the Wild West. I do know, let's say, all of the streamers who were, you know, banned or would have kind of be controversial. A lot of them moved to kick. Well, all of the guys you'll see the YouTube videos and the other guys going to foreign countries and, you know, committing crimes for views. There's one guy in Korea and there's another guy somewhere else. And they're probably going to get some serious time because of it. All those guys will be from Kick. Yeah. But even some of those guys, even Kick, won't tolerate them. And that's saying something. On a laptop. Nice. But I remember, it was a long time ago, but it still comes up on my feed from time to time. There was or there is, I should say, a streamer. And basically he streams, you know, harassing people and stuff, you know. Making them feel uncomfortable for views and things. But he did a lot of that in, I think it's South Korea. I think his name is something like Johnny Somali or something. But yeah, he's expecting some serious time. But obviously it's more than that. You know, there was one where he apparently or allegedly doctored a video to make it look like he was having some kind of relationship with some female South Korean streamer. They would take that very, very seriously. You know, I think there's even a law there, and I think there's a law here as well. So that's pretty criminal. But I don't know. I don't think he's he's playing with a full deck, to be honest. Yeah. Now, enough of that killing. Now, what do we want to do? Oh, we got rid of the... Oh, there's another one here. Yeah, let's go for it. Okay, there's two in that section. Right, let's go for it. I'm not interested about the hunting or the meat. It's the trophies I need for decoration. Oh. That looks like our first victim. Ah, yeah. Yeah, as usual, tree. Oh, come on. Oh, sugar. Yeah, let's see if we can get this anyway. we got some wolves. Ah! Do we get much damage? No, not really. A tiny bit. Okay. At least my reaction is not bad. Yeah, these are the kind of trees we'll have to chop for that stupid spruce thing. Okay, where's this last moose? Ah, sugar. You're really better off facing these guys head on. There you go. Oh, the armor is really helping as well. Actually not bad, that elite stuff. Okay, where's my moose? Oh, I heard something. Oh, come on, moose, I haven't got time for this. Oh, there he is. I see him. I see you. Gotcha. Okay, that's all three. Okay, time we got out of here. I have to go back and see. Okay, this guy was poisoned or something, isn't it? So we need some kind of potion for that guy. Right. There's our base. We need to head back. I want to keep an eye on these guys anyway. Oh, we'll take a few days before we go. We might be lucky enough and get a seed or two. One moment, RC. Oh, that's a maple. No, I don't want that guy. Oh, sugar, all maples. There's a spruce. A shout out. Oh, well, thanks for the shout out, Terry. Might as well do this in just a few at a time. It won't be as bad then. Oh, the evening is gone anyway, so why not Let's see, did we nab any kind of seeds with that one? It's a horrible drop rate. Oh, for good God's sake, we didn't even get one. Okay. But it averages about 20%, I think. Why they didn't leave them for sale, those logs, or those seeds, it's beyond me. All of the other seeds seem to be. To varying degrees. Right, that's the last one. I can't spend too much time on this. Alright, let's see, did we get lucky? Oh, we got one. One seed. You're kidding me. We got one seed. We'll take these three on the way before we get to the river. See if we can make it a massive 2 seeds. Okay, I hope that's not an omen of things to come. That's less than 10% of a drop rate on those ones. Now, we might as well hop it back, I suppose. Take the odd tree on the way down. We're definitely gonna work for these trees, or these seeds. Yeah, Mr. Badger. Wow. We got the second seed. That's not usually that bad a drop rate. Whoops. Oi! Physics on that one. Well, that was a 1 in 3 on that one. I bet definitely we'll use them up when we get back. Yeah, the music is maybe too relaxing. It makes me tired pretty quickly. But did you see that thing with Oblivion Remastered? They're selling the music that goes with the game for £10, £10, £10, €10. So they're even charging now for the music of the game. Oh, so you wanted music? Oh, that's gonna be extra. Yeah, yeah. It's supposed to be an upgrade. If you have, the original version, the deluxe gives you the soundtracks. What? Yeah. Duh. It's like if you went into, a cafeteria, and you ordered a cup of coffee, and, they give it to you in, let's say, well, I won't even say a paper cup. Let's say they charge you extra, for using a cup or a mug or whatever. Something that should definitely be and always was, part of something. It's like buying a car, but then they charge you extra for the doors. That silly kind of stuff, yeah. Yeah, unbelievable. I wonder what I'm going to do with the money. Probably make a big money pile. But I can see a reckoning coming. A very, very big one. But the amount of subsidies these corporations get and tax breaks, it's obscene. Absolutely obscene. I could never fathom, why the average working person, whether you're in law enforcement or medical care or mechanic, welder, whatever, are paying in most cases maybe 3 to 5 times more than a corporation that makes billions, if not trillions. It must be. But I think the way the system goes there, if you've got a kind of line of bosses, let's say you're the mega boss, you own everything, 100% lock, stock and bar, or the majority anyway of it at least, and you've got an underling, let's say, and he's got to answer to you, and he keeps 3 other guys in check, and they in turn keep 5 more other guys in check, and it kind of goes down the line like that, like a pyramid. And all of these guys are working on a bonus, you know what I mean? And they've got to report to them. It's that kind of thing. It's encouraged, isn't it? It's there for a reason. But I remember hearing about a factory, I forget where it was, but somewhere in Europe. I think it was in Eastern Europe. I could be wrong. But it was having trouble, whatever the case may be, but all of the workers banded together and they actually bought it, I think. And what they did was, they have a system where if you're the CEO, you can't get, I think, any more than, 10 times or something, or 7 times more than the guy getting the least amount of money. So if you were a CEO there and you give yourself, let's say it's 10 times. If you were a CEO and give yourself $1 million of a bonus, then you'd have to give the guy who's getting paid the lowest, his bonus then would be 100,000, or his wages would be 1/10, depending on what you're doing. I wonder if that system worked out. No, it's in Spain. Yeah, it was Spain actually. Yeah, in Spain. As many times as I've seen systems like that, or read about systems like that, they always end in disaster. There's one component that they never allow for, and that's human greed. Pretty much, you know, it beats everything. Yeah, we better get to this settlement fast. Where is it? Oh, we've got a marker on it. Let's go. What's this? Oh, this is where I took some trees before. I think we're pretty close. This is nice flat land. I think we're just here. I can, you know, eventually if we want to extend, build it down here as well. Oh, sugar. Where is this guy? There he is. I see you. Yeah. You didn't think about the armor. There's, I think on two sides of that settlement there's packs of wolves. Oh, sugar. Okay. Well, I've got an armor and a decent axe. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yeah. Yeah, not a problem. We're kind of past that stage now, I think. Right, let's see how everyone is doing. We'll check the food for starters. Why did they make dogs do this? They're actually wolves. Yeah, that would be the howling. But that would have been nice in this game, dogs and cats and stuff for pets in your settlement. It would have been interesting. Can't say I've ever seen a wolf. But dogs are descendants of wolves. I remember watching a movie, it was called Alpha. It was pretty decent. About a bunch of cavemen. Obviously, you know, there's no voice acting. I think they're grunting here and there. But, yeah, it was pretty decent. And it seemed to be the story of, you know, how the relationship between dogs and, you know, humans came about. I think it was a little bit, I think they took creative license with that. But from what I know, let's say, you know, you had that kind of hunter-gatherer things. They would throw scraps around and stuff, maybe attracting wolves. But I think some of the wolves, let's say, got kind of used to humans and the free meals and stuff like that. And I think as far as I know, there might have been some kind of genetic mutation that made them a little tamer, you know, kind of thing. And they weren't so bad. I don't really buy into that, to be honest. I would probably go more like what probably happened was, you know, the humans probably killed the wolves, snatched the cubs, and then reared the cubs. And because wolves are pack animals, you know, they would kind of go with that. I still really don't buy into it. Or maybe Maybe that helped, I suppose. But no. And then, obviously, you know, with dogs, selective breeding. No, where is that lighter? Oh, come on, Croc. There it is. But yeah, if you get a chance, watch that movie. I thought it was quite good. It was called Alpha. Okay. I should have plenty of food. I think that's even too much. I think I'll take 50 away. Calming, yeah? Or at least take that much out. There. It's more than enough. Oh, they're moving to the water pretty quick, aren't they? Let's see if they need some buckets. Oh, I said that, didn't I? I did. He said it's time for a beverage. I can just give this guy a beverage. Lucky he reminds me. There, get some food. We need 25 buckets for that. Just to keep ahead of it for a while until we get a little bit more organized. I'm interested to see these majestic trees when they're growing up, one on each corner of this. This will make a nice little garden area, I think. Eventually. I'll wait till the rest of the trees start to grow as well. Well, I'll see about the fencing. The problem is with the fencing, better off not touching that until I figure out where the roads are going in. Say 25 buckets. Oh yeah, we gotta check as well, let's say, and see what medicine that idiot needs. Guy who poisoned himself. Yeah, we'll have a look at it now. Okay, I don't think I've unlocked some of these other potions. Enchantment, healing. Okay, well, we'll just get rid of these anyway. Potion of instant cure. A type of potion prepared by the harvest reduces poisoning effect. That's the one we want. Potion of cure. A type of potion prepared that cures poisoning effect over time. What do we need for this one? A bucket of water. Fair enough. Yeah, we'll get one of those. We need a bucket of water for that. We'll give him the instant cure. I think that's what he needs. There we go. Okay, that's out of the way. We need a bucket of water. We'll make that an instant cure. We'll make up some junk to sell and then we're off again. Try and get everything organised by morning. Oh, we need food. There we go, we're not too bad. Oh, we'll make that potion for that guy. Potion of instant cure. A type potion, blah blah blah, reduces poisoning effect. Yeah. Cure poison lethality, that's the one. Surely that would do him. With deep voices, yeah? Now. Oh yeah, we'll see, can we do any of this junk while we're here? We'll need a ton of it for the kind of wood effect thing as well. We'll still have time to do a little bit on the settlement, I'd say. It's just stupid seeds. Oh yeah, this. I'd say all of the miners must be maxed out by now. They've been there for quite some time. And we'll need that to buy the dye. There, we're good. That's all the little stuff done. Better use these plants as well. What I want to do is put one on each side to keep ahead. Once they grow, they don't kind of, the next guy doesn't kind of fit in so tightly. I want to keep ahead on that one. And we'll try and skip to a season as quickly as possible as well. Now. Let me see what's going on here. Oh. Okay, yeah, we'll work on this side. We've only got 2 plants anyway. Might as well use them. Still can't understand all of the other seeds you can buy, except this one. It's a pity. But we can still do it. Ah, sugar. I actually had 3. Well, look if we get the plant back. So it's not too bad. I thought I only had 2. And every little bit helps. Oh, we have another one. We must have picked up a few more from the other trays. That's cool. Yeah, that's it, they're gone. We just had 4. Right, we used up the plants, we put in the buckets. Okay. I'm falling asleep. No problem. Good night and thanks for hanging out, Terry. I hope you have a good rest and I hope you have a great day. Yeah, take care and stay safe. Bye. Yeah, I'll be getting some visitors tomorrow. I think my son is coming around as well, so that should be interesting. I'll probably watch some movies or something. It's been a while. Alright, that's the seeds. We've got rid of those. We've got the meat, we've got all of that done. We go to storage. How far have we got these plants? Yeah, there they are there. Kind of take out these. Yeah, that's not too bad. That is not too bad. So, let me see. Okay, I think we're ready. What did we come... Oh yeah, we come back here for the medication, didn't we? For that guy, we'll go out and we'll see if we can save his backside now. I suppose we'll do a little bit while we're here. Yeah, I think so. I did make a ton of black, well, a bit of black dye. I'll show you what I used this for. I think it looks pretty decent on this. Where is it again? There. See what I mean? Tones it down just perfectly. But the problem is it takes a ton of dye. It's 5 for each piece. But it gives us something to spend our cash on, I suppose. Although we're not spending it on this map because we're not actually selling it. Gotta make it all. There we go. Just get the other side if we have enough. And as we keep moving along, we'll keep finishing these piece by piece. Oh, I've already done one here. Interesting. That's the last one, actually. We'll have to wait till we get some more. Okay, at least we got that out of our inventory. Now, let's help out this sick guy. I wonder how our settlers are getting on. Says some guys need some time in the mine. I think there's 3 kids already in the settlement. These guys don't waste any time. Now, where did I say? I think he's there, isn't he? Yep, I think he's there.
Onward, onward.
Did we get the moose from here? We did. Oh, we even took the bison. Okay.
Giddy up.
I haven't seen many bandits on this map.
Move on.
Oh, kind of wreckages and stuff.
Let's go.
The Oxbow map had a reasonable amount of them.
Onward.
So when we deal with this guy, we can oh, sugar. I'm not too bad, but I don't know what the horse can take. I think we've outrun him.
Onward.
That would do. Ay, ay, ay.
Giddy up.
Yeah, he's still there. He's still there. Ah, sugar. Did I just delete that? I did. There it is. Yep. Right, let's see what this potion do it better. Might save your return. Alright, alright. Just be careful what you eat.
Hope to see you soon.
Now, we better take this from him because yeah, he's gonna get sick again. Yeah. Yeah. There. Should have no more problems. There we go, sick person. Here, let's talk to him now. Yep, okay. Right, that wasn't bad. At least we got that done. What did I say we were going to do? Let's just have a look around here. Boars and junk. Yeah, I wanted to... we'll have a look at this here. Can I switch around the other side? Okay. Then we'll hit back, and we've done what? 4 villages, and I think we've done the 2 of these, haven't we? No, we did these here, these 5. We need to do these 3 next. Oh, get some more dye and junk.
Here.
Seeds are a big disappointment. They're making me chop wood for that one. And if it was 1 per every tree I dropped, it wouldn't be too bad.
Via.
Whoa.
Well, unlike the other game, this guy doesn't pick up any infections from drinking water. There, we're good to go. Right.
Move on.
I don't see any animal symbols out here, so we've probably not been here before.
Let's go.
There we go.
Let's go. Giddy up.
Yeah, see that moose? This is a new spot, guys. Ah, you little. Don't worry, I'm getting you. Okay, where's that stupid bolt? There it is. Okay. We'll have to take out the piggies, won't we? But we're definitely going after the moose. Yeah, I knew I wasn't here. I didn't see any of the animal symbols. I knew there had to be more moose around somewhere. Yeah, we'll leave them guys be. Now the moose are up here. There's one there. And that's just a deer is making a run for it. Oh, there's a big moose. Biggie, biggie. Okay. Let's see. Once I get the trophy, I'll have to the other guy. Yeah, that's it. We don't have to hunt the third guy if there is one. But I've not once got more than 1 trophy from killing the 3 of these. But I remember the other map there's sometimes 2. But if he's stupid enough, I suppose to show his head. Ah, Croc, Croc, Croc. That was the stupidest shot of all times. I won't have to switch over to the other arms. I should have making the other batch anyway already. Okay. Oh, there he is. Where is he? Is that the moose? It is. Yeah, 0 chance of getting another trophy. Yeah. Oh, I see I'm using the iron bolt now. Eh, well. We use up the bronze ones. Okay. Oh, there we are. Right, I want to head right down here. And then we'll cut across to there and yeah, that should be it. Whatever is there we'll show. There's a new hunting spot we found for moose. So that's not bad. We get really stuck.
Let's go.
Yeah, we definitely haven't been here before.
Giddy up. Giddy up.
Right, okay.
Here. Onward. Onward.
Now, right, let's get these other towns out of the way.
Giddy
There's
up.
5.
Giddy up. Giddy up.
Well, we don't need settlers anymore. We do need a ton of that spruce seeding. There was a guy that sometimes had 1 and maybe 2 of them, but that's nothing, but still. He didn't seem to have them anymore. Right. Time to do a little bit of trading. There's pointless even looking at these. We don't need much. So, oh, she's here.
How can I help you? Best goods in the valley.
I don't know what I'll buy another round of these. I'll definitely buy that. Yeah, okay, we'll buy it one more time, I suppose. But that's it. Then we're done. There.
Take care.
Now, where are the other vendors? Oh, I start to take their junk. Oh, there's 3 of them.
How can I help? Price is so low you don't.
Now, onions. Actually, I forgot about that. We can make some stuff with onions. But there's like... Okay, we'll take it anyway. It's 10 just to make 1
Good luck.
dye, so it would be 50 onions just to color 1 more. It's ridiculous. We'll take it anyway. Hang on, I didn't take our money. Come here, you.
How are you? Best goods in the valley. You have a good day.
That's the one.
Oh, it's you. Only the best products.
Oh, apple seedling, blah blah blah. Okay, hop. Yeah, we'll take that. Oh, he's got a ton of onions. Now that's different. I didn't know that. Where did I get the bucket? God knows.
Take care.
Alright, there's a kitchen lady here somewhere. Where is she? There she is. Then we're oh, there's another guy as well. Alright.
How is life? Best goods in the valley.
Okay, she might have some onions. Yeah, she's got a few.
Read it. See you around.
Oh, it's you. My wares never disappoint. So long.
That's that. Right, we didn't do too bad. We need these two guys here. And let's see, is there any moose on the way over? Well, not that I can see anyway. Yeah, we already got the moose there. Killed him. No. Okay. How far is this? I think we're better off with our horse, guys. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We'll have to make an effort now and get some more seeds. We'll just do a little run, and then we'll try and get some seeds, and we'll move to the next season as quick as we can. Not too bad. We picked up another 2 quests we did here as well.
Giddy up.
Although the immersive part is searching for the stuff and building. For me at least. I don't know, it's a bit late, isn't it? Oh, we might make it. We'll do the chopping later. We have a horse at least. I think there's a ton of wolves down here. One girl, I'll just get ready for this. Oh, there's plenty of trees here if we want to get chopping. I see I've been here before.
Onward. Let's go.
Stupid neck. I hit a stump.
Here.
Right, let's see what we've got here. And it's getting late as well, so we'll pick the trees here, I suppose. Very late, actually. No. Oh, this is the dye lady here.
How is life treated?
Alright. This is gonna be costly. Oh, I'll have to try the other decorations outside. We'll give it a shot in a moment. We'll have a look at it. Do it a little different than before. Oh wow. Okay. Let's see, we've got some meat there as well. We have a moose skull. We have 5 moose skulls. That's cool. Okay, let's get rid of this junk. Obviously I have to keep some. 6 of them, I'd say. Oh, she's still got a lot of cash. Yeah, we ran out pretty quick, didn't we?
See you around.
Let's get outside the village and we'll cook up those other 155. Well, it doesn't matter who we sell this to, I suppose. Oh, we don't have any more cash. We might as well go back from here. So, we still have those 3 to do. Yeah, we might as well return home. Find something to do in the settlement while that ore gathers up so we can make a ton more. Oh, come here, you.
Hello there. Only the best products here.
Alright. Oh, this junk as well. That's it, I think that's the best we can do. Here, take that as well. Yeah, I might as well get rid of those. Yeah, we're good. Got a ton of scars as well. Right. Let's make our way home. Oh yeah, always hang on. We'll leave the horse here, it'll be safe. We're actually not far from home. Let's see if we can find some more of those trees. Yeah, it's just there. On the way down to see if we can pick up a few more seeds. What's that, maple? Nah, it's not what we're looking for, these guys. Well, we'll have plenty of logs anyway. One second, I got dark. Well, head home. Okay, why not? You silly piece of bacon. Is that a moose? Oh guys, there's a moose. That's definitely a moose. Hang on. There's no marker from... Where was he? Yeah, that's a moose. There's no marker. Oh, maybe I missed it. Okay, let's take him down. Yeah, that's definitely a moose. I know, Rex, it's a moose. Rex, come on now, easy. Yeah, the other map is the same. There was some locations that didn't show up. That seems to be one of them. Oh, hi, Jonathan. Yeah, it was rubbish. Yeah, it was massively bugged. It was very grindy. It was a mid-game, you know. I give it 5 out of 10 because of the graphics. It was a very mid-game. Even the building, you know, it could have been so much more, and it wasn't that comprehensive. But when I found out the last 4 achievements were permanently bugged, that really ticked me off. I tried to leave a review, and I should have checked the game out, but I tried to leave a review, let's say, on the Xbox Store, you know, the stuff that comes up. But it said, be the first to review, and I said, hang on, this game has been out 5 years. 5 on PC and 2 on console. Find it surprising that nobody left a review. So it allowed me to make the review, but when I finished, it said, not enough reviews to show. There was tons. Everyone must have been complaining about that. So they won't let you review because, you know, you'll know that the game is a piece of junk, which I think was pretty nasty. But yeah, it's a pity. Permanently bugged. I did a little bit of research on it then when they didn't click, and when the game first came out, there was a reviewer on, and the same achievements that bugged for me bugged for him also. And then another reviewer was chatting with him, and he said, really? He said, my achievements exactly the same ones, so they're permanently bugged. Yeah. There's one I might be able to get around, but there's still 3 that's absolutely permanently bugged. Yeah. And it's a pity, but it still needed more help than that. But it would have been a mid-game, you know, a kind of low mid-game, only because of the graphics, because it was massively grindy. Massively grindy. It's a pity. This, however, is a great game. But yeah, it looked actually quite good. And that house thing they show you at the start, no, you can't actually build that. It's like a game that was never finished. You know, that it was early access and they were going to add more stuff, but then I'd say what happened there was, you know, when it came out first, obviously early access, you know, people were buying it, whatever the case may be. But once they realised how really empty and centered it was, well, basically there wasn't much to the game. So they leaned heavy into, you know, making it hard to get her food and stuff, and that was very, very, you know, frustrating. So I'd say a lot of people backed out at that stage. So then I suppose when the money didn't keep rolling in, they just did enough, you know, so they wouldn't get sued, and just let the game off. Yeah. But I remember even before I knew there was bugs in it, I was looking at some of the stuff, and you know, little pieces of it here and there were off. It really doesn't mean much, but definitely a red flag. It would have only taken the tiniest time during development to just, you know, tweak it. Let's say when you put a corner piece in on a roof, on one side, no matter what you did, it was slightly higher than the other piece. You know, little bits like that, but definitely a red flag. It was definitely no Valheim. It's a pity. The game had potential, except for that stupid meditation. You know, as you were starving, freezing, and dying of thirst, they would force you every 5 minutes to sit and wait for about 1.5 minutes in meditation. Horrible. But it's just as well that it'll leave me make that review. It wouldn't have been very flattering. Yeah, that's been out for quite some time, hasn't it? Is it still in early access? I don't mind early access stuff, you know, they usually turn out to be good games. But if you think about it too, if you did a game, Jonathan, let's say it was early access, and people would buy it and whatever the case may be. So let's say the game, might have been a bit boring, or like Retreat to Enon or NN or whatever it was called. It was just too frustrating. So as gamers drop off, the money stops rolling in, and then they tend to just, patch it up and just leave it off. So there's a downside to it as well, this early access thing, isn't there? Yeah. I've seen a few people play that, but that's only available on PC. Yeah. Now, rarely will you see this happen with an indie game, usually, like, let's say, from what I can see, 9 out of 10 are pretty playable, but you'll get the odd one. But that early access could go on for years and years. Valheim is still in early access, isn't it? Okay, I think that's everyone. Right, let's make it home, guys. We are... Oh, there is a marker. I'm so silly. There it is. There is a marker for these guys, and there's still one more around here. Let's find them. I thought there was no marker. Okay, where's our little friend? Oh, apparently not here. Oh, the hidden moose. Nah, sometimes they actually just don't spawn. Nah, he's good. Let's see if we can... Oh, there's a bolt. I must have lost that a long time ago. Yeah, let's take that. Yeah, we'll grab a few trees, see if we can get some seeds. Hmm. Oh, have you played Valheim yet? Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good game. I would highly recommend that. The graphics, let's say, you know, wouldn't be as good as that stupid one I was playing, but it's huge, and the building is pretty good. You can terraform on that as well. Sometimes there can be, you know, a little bit of pushback from the terraforming, but it's the most stable terraforming I've seen on any game, you know, to be honest. Yeah, Valheim is pretty good. But they're doing I think they want to do one more biome or something, isn't it? But they did some good work on that. Hmm. Not yet, no? They did, was it the Ashlands? Yeah, wasn't that the new one? That's been out a while. But this is pretty good, you know, for the building and that. You've seen the one we did in Oxbow. I finished that one on the Oxbow map. Just come in here to play this map and get the last of my achievements. The last one to take out here is the story map. But yeah, I'm almost sure you've seen the finished one. Yeah, I finished the large one in Oxbow. That was definitely fun. But I didn't have the DLC on that one. The DLC now lets me plant my own trees. And it gives me some flowers and stuff. Not a lot, but you know, enough to make something a little different. From Conan and No Man's Sky, but I could see myself playing this Valheim, definitely. Small bit of a learning curve, especially when it comes to the smoke mechanics, but it's a brilliant game. This one is a little different. There is building in it as well, but it's more like the Skyrim system, where you just plop down a square and then you've got to add the pieces to it. But you still got to kind of lay it out and, you know, do that kind of stuff. Valheim, you could kind of do anything. It's like the Fallout 4 system where you'd, you know, make something your own size. You know, you could custom it. Now, where are we going home? Where is home? This way. I did a massive town on Oxbow. This is pretty good to handle a lot of junk, to be honest. And the NPCs are impressive. The AI padding on those guys. But on this one here, it has a steepish kind of learning curve on the micromanagement until you get used to it, and then it'll pretty much take care of itself. And I'm just doing this because I'm forced looking for the seeds. Did we get any seeds? Was it actually worth our while? Oh, we got 7 of them. Cool. Right, let's get out of here. Where's my, here. Oh, sugar, I'm following the wrong marker. We're over here. There. There we go. Right, let's make a run for it. We can do a little bit on the settlement, let's say in the morning. Do a little bit of the painting and get rid of these seeds. I think we killed the wolves here, didn't we? I hope we did. This is quite small now. There's a certain design I want on this, and I'll have to get those trees in. We just have a quick look at our settlers as well. I haven't got enough of them, and I need a little hand from time to time. Okay. What's up with the hunters? Yeah, they'll grow. I want to avenue this. And then I can start doing the other stuff on it. But they grow a little faster than the normal ones, about half the time. Right, let's get to morning. But either way, we'll have to spend a little time here anyway until that ore builds up, so we'll have something to sell. But we can definitely find lots to do. Right, first things first, we'll sort out the seeds, and we'll check that water guy as well, so is he okay? The food is okay. That's not a problem. Maybe dump some of this junk we have. I think we've got enough shrubs in that now, you know that. Oh, we got another moose skull. Nice. Oh, the onions, yeah. Yeah, we got 7 seedlings. There. Let's get rid of that junk. Now, what do we need to do? Get rid of the seedlings. Oh, sugar. They are looking good for food. I'd say that water carrier is okay. I think he's almost up to a 10 by now, isn't he? He's not too bad. Let me see. You could flip over a miner from here. Where's that water carrier? Ah, he's still 9. We'll leave him for a while. Yeah, all good. Now, where were we? Yeah, I think in another season or two these will pop up. These majestic trees. I have a tree here, one at each corner. I was thinking about doing maybe a rockery little garden area here. But I want to do an avenue and a palisade on this. I'm quite sure what it will look like. But we'll see. Right, okay. You're better to put it into destroy mode. Everything will show up like this. Now, we can still build on that. I found the B tree to be the best for what I'm doing here. Oh, Croc. Are you kidding me? Ah, I knew I was going to get caught here, you know that. Okay, not a problem. I'll have to do the turn a little more. That's bad news. I knew that might be an issue. Okay. Let me just check, are we okay along here? I should have checked this actually before. Yeah, this thing here is causing me issues. For some strange reason. Okay. Okay, change of plans. Where does it carry on from?
I know not every marriage is built on love, but at this point I'd love to have a lot.
Yeah, it seems to be okay along there. It's this thing here that seems to be an issue. Okay. This is not going to be easy now to get this back in line. Yeah. That's for before we need to come in a little bit more. I wonder would that be enough there. Let's see. Yeah, I think that would do. I just need a little template with these just to keep them in line. Okay, that might do. Yeah, little patches here and there that you can't build on for some reason. Okay, let's give this another shot. Okay. Should be able to get a perfect spacing on these. Yeah. You see this one here? These are kind of okay. But what we need to do... You see that one? Well, we get the turn, see if we can push it in. The problem with this is when we try to push it in, it's going to go sideways. Here, let me get a save here. Yeah, it's definitely going to go sideways. It needs to be a little bit more aligned. The problem is we won't be able to fit that in. Well, that's not a problem. Let me see. It's just when you're kind of going around on a corner, it's not the greatest. I have to do something like this. See, that's the price you pay for getting them so close. You'll pretty much wind up exactly in the same spot. There's only one way of doing this then. And then we have to make a new line. Okay, we'll have to guess this old guy. That's perfect. Now, we should be able to carry on this. We'll have to remove these two. Small price to pay. I did a test on this and basically, you know, if you haven't rounded it properly, it's very noticeable. Not that it would make much of a difference, but why not do it properly, you know? And let me see if this guy is in line. Should be. It's all down on this one now. Rex, stop it. There we go. We're back online. Right. Yeah, I can live with that. I can live with that. Actually, I'd prefer it this way here, it's kind of easier. Stupid Xbox controller. There we go. This one is, it's the turn again, it's going to be a bit iffy, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to be a bit iffy. It's not going to be, it's definitely going to be. Right, let's try it at a different angle. See, ideally I'd want to be running along here. Ideally. I don't think that's gonna work. Here, let me see. Yeah, I might have to start from here and just push it in a tad on the inside. Even a bit more. Okay, well, we seem to be back online. That might have been just enough. The road thing is, it's pretty strange. Sometimes you can go right over this and sometimes not. Yeah, there's a piece that has to go in as well. Sugar, okay. Yeah, you see it there? It should be no problem. Once you see it in time, then we can rectify it. Should do, let me see. Yeah. Yeah, that's not bad. I think we could work with that. Yeah, okay. We're back on track. Now, are you kidding me? I should have keeping this in a lot further You know that. I should have keeping this stupid thing in a lot further. I'm really sure I darted this thing down here and it was okay. Oh, there's no more seeds left. That's why we can't plant. Yeah, I know I checked that. I could have making that much of a mistake. Pretty sure I checked that. I had a plant and I just kind of ran it around the edge. Yeah, let's try the other one for a moment. Let's see if it will build. Yeah, it's okay. That could be a problem there. Oh, it's that tree there. That's not a problem. I can take that out, but that's it, yeah. So far, so good, I suppose. Right, let's get rid of this rubbish. Yeah, it will take a while to get the boundary up. But it should be worth it in the end. Now we have an opportunity of pushing that in a little if we wanted to. But on the contrary, if anything at all, we should actually pull it out a bit, probably. But that's it. We've gotten rid of that junk. Right, let's go down and make some dye. That one, a couple of seasons in, I adjusted this one. Because it was sticking out a bit. So another season or so that should grow up to full length as well. And I'll eventually sort some kind of entrance. Now, let's do a little bit of decorating. We want to see what design we're going to go with these. So let's say for the large houses, there's 9 of those. Now is the time to have a look at these guys. Yay. How long have we been on? 3 hours, it seems like 10. Always when you're in pain, time drags. Okay, we need a certain one around the bottom, which is probably going to be the flower, I'd say. So, I'm thinking... Yeah, let's go with this a nice bit of light. Yeah. Okay. So I'm thinking here we go with number 2. Yeah, I would say number 2. Yeah, definitely number 2. Usually when I have everything finished in the house, I'll open these up so I know which ones are done and which ones are not. Yeah, so we're going with number 2, and then we need something just a tiny bit different on this. Right, we don't want to waste any dyes, so we'll save here. There. So let's see what we've got to deal with. So that's... oh, that's blue. That won't do. That's number 2. I think it's going with number 3 on that one. I don't know. It's an animal pound. It's more like for the hunters thing. But let's see. There's that one, and there's the one with a fish, and let me see. The blue is a draw of it. It's definitely number 3, guys. Yeah. Yeah, number 3. So 2 and 3 on these ones. Then we have a look at this house and see if it's finished. And I think that's all we need to do on those. Yeah, I can't waste the dye. It's a little bit on the scarce side. So 2 and 3. I might just get the 3 one out of the way for the time being, the higher ones. Oh my. So I think this one is finished after this. We'll get back to it in a moment. Let's get these top ones in first.
Weird that only women lead once a month when men
And that's the first row of houses anyway. I doubt we have enough to finish these, but... there, okay. Now let's have a look at this house down here. Let's see if it's finished. So, I've done that. The flowers are in. There. Right, and the inside. Yeah, this is done. And that's so we know it's done. There we go. That's the first 100% finished house. Now, I doubt we have enough dye to finish this, but we'll give it a shot. Oh, it's looking good so far. This might do it, alright. Ah, I knew it. What were we short anyway? Green dye, of course. It's always green dye. Right. Did we make the yellow dye? I think we did. From the onions, didn't we? Yeah, we'll have a quick look. No, we didn't actually. So we just need 2 green dye to finish that. We'll see what it takes. It takes... okay, we'll just make 2. There. That will be another house out of the way. We need the yellow. To finish the outside of the other guys. Done. Oh, we got the flowers. We have. Blah blah blah. Let's check the inside. We have those. Yeah, done. There we go. Right, let's get ready to sleep. We still have 3 more villages to hit. Oh, my neck. So, what have we got here? About 100. Well, wasn't far off. That will go nowhere when you're buying dye. But it will have to do for the time being. Oh God, I'm so tired. I haven't got much sleep with this neck. Oh, bronze, of course. Okay. Well, we can do a little bit in the morning before we head off. Oh, I wish this neck would give me some relief. There, good enough. Right. God, there's still so many of these trees to put in. And it's not putting them either, it's getting the stupid seeds. We definitely need some buckets. No, it's a bulge disc. There's a disc, there's compression on a nerve. It's killing me. But I don't want to take any, really strong painkillers for it. And the procedure to get it fixed, it's pretty dicey. They'll have to do, they'll have to remove it completely. Push in a piece of my hip and wire it up. Probably the worst case scenario, isn't it? Yeah, I tried to pack before, actually, and it seems to just make it worse. But I'm gonna have to try something. The base of my skull is on fire. It's my own fault anyway. There was the mattress in the way and I threw that out of the way. Yeah. But I'm hoping, after a while it will kind of, swelling or whatever it is will, ease down and get back to, well, still not been right but tolerable, I remember when I got this injury the first time. 3 months. I was screaming for 3 months. What a stupid thing. But eventually got to the stage where I could tolerate it, Yeah. Then I have to take it out. Really dodgy. They say it's about a 1% chance of, being paralyzed. You know what my odds are like. I'm always good at bringing in the odds that say they're against me. Well, put it this way: it's a 1% chance of being paralyzed. But I remember when I got the COVID shot, there was a side effect that was something like, it was ridiculous, 75,000 to 1 or something. It was so remote, I think, that I didn't mention it. I managed to get that one. And that was a long shot. So I want to avoid this as long as possible. And if I'm really, really lucky, it'll get back to the way it was, the horrible way it was. But remember what I said, no matter how bad things are, they can always get worse. And this is a fine example. But there was a mattress in my way and I kind of got a little ticked off, so I grabbed it and just threw to one side. I shouldn't have. I think that aggravated it again. Now what were we doing? What were we running? Oh yeah, buckets. Yeah, they do that with a hammer and chisel. Lovely. A little bit of woodwork, huh? I just started a new game today. Hi Martian. Was it this game in particular? Yeah. But you know what it's like when something ticks you off. You know you're not supposed to lift anything. But, adrenaline goes into overdrive and bypasses your brain. What am I down here for? What did I come down for? Sugar. I think we got everything here. Oh yeah, the buckets. Buckets. Make it for me here. I just need 24 of them. Oh, hi Eva. How are you? Been well, I hope. Yeah, this is pretty good, Martian. But there's another one I got on the console store, Xbox, and it's rubbish. Keep away from it. It is called Retreat to... It's NN or ENN or something. It's frustrating, kind of boring, and it's got 4 permanently bugged achievements. And Microsoft are not allowing reviews on that, of course. Oh, this exact one. Doing a fresh start. Yeah, this is pretty decent. I was really impressed with the NPCs, the interaction and how flawless they work. They work flawless. Some guys online were complaining, but you know, once I learned the game and you know micromanaged it enough, you know, it's pretty good. Like, take for instance, you know, the settlers here. You know, your storage area could be out of bounds and whatever the case may be. They've got chests here. It can be a little funny sometimes. You know, sometimes to kickstart them, you're better off doing something like this. And once you get them running, then they'll take from the resource area. You know, stuff like that. Especially the well thing, you know. But not a lot. I keep forgetting, Jonathan. Yeah. I keep forgetting. I can still lift a huge amount of weight, unfortunately. But I just forget sometimes. So that's what I'm doing here, Martian. I want to do a large settlement. I've done the Oxbow map. And we finished our settlement there. But that was before I got to... Oh, there's a DLC out as well for this. It's a $5. But it's worth it. There's not a lot in it. There's some new plants and that. And it gives you the ability to plant your own trees, which is pretty good. But even if you don't get it, you can still plant some trees. So that was kind of decent of them. But this is the one I finished in Oxbow here. But bear in mind with this, I couldn't plant trees, or I would have doing it a little different. But I did my best to save the trees that were here. Well, that was weird, wasn't it? It takes a little while to load. So, Jonathan, what do you think of this Xbox thing? Their moderate price increase. They said they were listening to feedback from people on Xbox. And apparently everyone must have been saying they want to pay much more money for a subscription. Those guys, they crack me up. That's taking a long time to load, guys, isn't it? Yeah, it never took this long before to load. Oh, here we go. You seen that little skip a moment ago on that loading? Ah, there it is. Yeah, 50% increase I think is a bit much. Nah, it is ridiculous pricing. To be honest, the average gamer anyway, even at 20, you know, was pushing it, you know. So I eventually got this one finished. I was hoping with that DLC that I have more bric-a-brac, but it's just some trees and plants, but still. There's enough food here to feed 5 maps. And this is autumn. This place looks a lot better in spring. Yeah, you've got all the colours and everything. And thanks for following, Martian. Appreciate it, and welcome to the community. But it takes forever to do the fine decorating on these. But it's fun, and that's what counts, isn't it, really? You don't really care what time you put into something. If we were worried about time, we wouldn't be playing games. You could probably see it a bit better from me. How do we do this again? Yeah. But this is a biggie. Well, really, with land like that, there's only one thing you can do, and that's put crops on it. I was skeptical whether I could make that work, to be honest. But you get everything in this. Yeah, this was actually fun. This is about as big as I've ever built on any game. This game can handle it, you know, really good, to be honest. That was another surprising thing. I'm too used to playing the slop that, you know, Todd Howard keeps bringing out. Although Skyrim is my favourite game, I'm pretty fond of Fallout 4. But he's kind of ruining the whole... Well, the company is ruining itself, really. Can't blame Todd either, he's just a mouthpiece, you know. Yeah, it's pretty decent. I didn't mind giving them some extra money. These guys deserve it. They were reasonably priced with this, and there's no bugs, no messing. You know, no BS. Maybe not a game for everyone, but yeah, I found it quite good. But I'm trying something a little different. I don't know how it's going to work out and what I'm doing. You know, now that I've got my hands on the trees, I'm going mental with them. What I wanted to do was kind of avenue it. So, let's say if you're looking at it from above, it's more like it's in a kind of forest area. I'm not sure how the avenue would work out, but I want to avenue the roads and, you know, all around the settlement. And then, instead of the main kind of defense walls I put here, more like the medieval setting, where you get, you know, maybe the important things, they'd be, you know, kind of fenced off, and then you'd have ordinary fencing in the houses outside, you know, like they would do in a castle. But this is where we started, from here, from the orchard, and then built out. Oh, this was fun to do. Of course, I took the primo spot for me. Yeah, this is a pretty nice view. And there's a mine here as well. This is on the Oxbow map, not on the Valley map. Maybe something a little more for the floor. If you could completely cover it, would be nice. And the only thing was here when we came was this road and this bridge. Oh, there's a mine here as well, which was handy enough, you know, at the beginning of the game. Ah, a little woodshed. The lights to give you here. I've seen, you know, people line the road to them. They look kind of off. But if you don't overdo it with those lights and you keep it close to a tree or something so it's not so obvious, they actually fit in nicely, I think. And I suppose it's a matter of opinion. But this is the main tavern here. There's two of them. One back at the mill. And this is a nasty thing to do. But I had a lot of practice in the likes of Oblivion back in the day. You've literally got to drop the things on the table and then you kind of push them into place. It actually takes a bit of time. In Valheim they had a system where it was like this little plate thing you could just drop down and, you know, put it on that. Still not the easiest, but a lot easier than doing it that way. Especially getting the food on the plate. Eee. Nasty. Well, that's it, guys. I think we have something. How many settlers have we here? We have 116 villagers. Oh yeah, there's one thing I forgot to do. You can eventually, let's say when you do enough junk for the king, you can name your village and you can, you know, get the wagon, the carriage here as well. You'll get this sign, it unlocks when you do. And basically when you fast travel here, you get dropped off here. But this one I named, well, the translation of this in English is Far From Home. Which kind of is too. But of a massive amount of food from this settlement. And that's it, that's our Oxbow settlement. It's a bit cramped, but it will do. How many fields have I got anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Ah. Yeah, I think they're 7 by 7. I like the 7 by 7 because I'll show you why. You have a nice centerpiece for an opening like this. And the padding with the NPCs. Yeah, watch this. Oh, well that happens sometimes. But very rare. You remember this guy's in Oblivion? Huh. It's very, very rare. You'd see that, but I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, watch this. The NPCs have the same coding. You'll never see the Martian bumping into stuff for doing stupid things or getting trapped beneath buildings or on top of buildings like you would with a BGS game. They work absolutely perfectly. And you'll see this with the horse here, let's say. And, you know, like in Fallout 4, you go to a settlement, oh, they're getting around perfectly. You start building there and they don't recognize everything and start bumping into them, moonwalking into walls, that kind of stuff. But watch this. These guys recognize everything the second you put it down. Yeah, see, did that turn? Let's see what you do. Hey, come on. Come on. Yeah, deadly. How to hunt something with a spear. My character's brand new. So he's at yeah, you could, well, basically when you're hunting with a spear, I found, you see where that little white dot is? Yeah, don't aim the spear, aim the white dot, and time it perfectly. It is brutal. You know, I was playing those games so long, I thought that maybe the AI padding in NPCs must be a very, very hard thing to do. You know what I mean? Like some kind of holy grail or something. And then I seen this game and everything is perfect. And this is just a small company. You know, fraction of the staff and a fraction of the funds, let's say, of BGS. And now BGS have Microsoft as well, so an endless money, you know. So I'm sure BGS could do the AI padding perfectly as well, but they won't. Yeah, because that's actually work and money, and you know, we just buy their slop. Yeah. What is it Todd said again? People will buy anything. Well, as far as Elder Scrolls fans and Fallout 4 fans is going, unfortunately he's probably right. But the winds will eventually change. Buy that for $1. And that's it. Yeah, I did a brutal get around those. Yeah, that's the end of it. Right, let's get back. How this other settlement is gonna go, I don't really know. Yeah, in my mind anyway, the avenue of trees seemed like a good idea, but we'll see. They're the only ones I could use, literally, is the spruce. The maple I wanted to use, but they take up too much room, and the space a little too far apart. They're almost impossible to arrange properly. Starfield, oh my, yeah, that was even bad, even by Todd's standards. I suffered on that one, Jonathan. You know, after the first few hours I was on the fence. You know, I said to myself, okay, it's a slow starter, it's a bit boring, you know. But, you know, like in Oblivion, you know, when you get out of the dungeon or Fallout, let's say, and stuff like that, I thought it was going to kind of, you know, get a bit better. But actually it got worse. And within about 4 hours I realised I've seen everything in the game. And no matter where I went from that, I was just going to see copy and paste endlessly. But running across a planet for 20 minutes, seeing absolutely nothing, to a cave with nothing inside it, or doing a quest to... Oh, there's delivery quests, there's fetch quests, there's fetch quests, but, You know, delivering a sandwich, was it, or a cup of coffee or something, to the other side of the galaxy. Who thought that was a good idea? Yeah. Oh, you're missing nothing. Trust me. And then I'm hearing people on YouTube. Oh, you know, well, they'll add mods to it and it'll be great. You know, people will come along and do Todd's work, or even better again, he'll sell you their work for his little 70% fee. But the game is brutal. No amount of mods can fix that. You know, mods and stuff can fix a game if the game was good but it was buggy and whatever the case may be. Yeah, mods could fix it. But, you know, even if there was 0 bugs and, you know, whatever in Starfield, it was, I wouldn't even call it a mid-game. I suppose if you were really into it, you could call it a mid-game. But, the DLC was, my god, it was more the same in spades. I've heard that even the people that liked the base game, which I think that was all 12 of them, didn't like the DLC. Did you see that interview Todd had with, what was that guy's name? Matty Plays, isn't it? That guy. Was it? I think it was it Matt? No, it might have been somebody else. But, yeah, it's probably somebody else. You know, they were saying, you know, why do you think, you know, fans didn't like the DLC? And then he kind of paused for a while, and then he said, well, he said, that's down to me. So I said, oh, cool. You know, he's going to tell us, you know, he's made a mistake. So he said, what I should have doing, and I'm paraphrasing this obviously a bit, what I should have doing was waiting until the release of the DLC to give the buggy and a map. Yeah, so that was the problem. It was his fault because he was too generous and too giving. That guy's on a whole new level of delusion. No Man's Sky is much better, yeah. They even did the shipbuilding again, which is much better. Yeah, it's one of the success stories, really, you know. But that would be the game to point to, you know, if you see a game in a bad state. Cyberpunk made a good recovery as well, but everyone was surprised, you know, about that. That's still a little bit of reputation damage. It's going to be hard to fix, you know. Absolutely, yeah. Now, what were we doing here? Oh, getting these seeds now, it's a pain in the backside. You see, what I want to do is, you know, literally go all the way around here. So each of these areas you'll box in. Then I'll get my roadways in. And we'll have the whole town in kind of sections and that. But you're talking about a lot of seeds. When I started this, I thought I'd pick up the seeds easy. Now, what you could do with this, let's say, you know, you imagine you have those up, and then what I might do is palisade off each section. The farming section from the production section, etc. Do something like that, maybe. So you'll have a small space running here. And that's where we can put in the bric-a-brac, the junk, the haystacks, you know, maybe some animals, whatever, on these. But we have an option to build down here, which that means I'll probably be cutting out with a road from here. You know, kind of like that. And then the rest of the junk we can fit here. And this I want to be a garden area. And this I was thinking about putting my house here. If I could swing it. You know? Hard to know. But with a palisade here, the row of trees, and you can easily fit the roads between. You know, you could probably go with something like this. Yeah, I didn't have any issues with it. No, there was a couple of issues. Sometimes you couldn't you couldn't use your weapons. They wouldn't equip, even if you quit the game and started again. But I found a fix. Basically what I did was I went outside unarmed, well, I was unarmed anyway, and I tried to hit NPCs, but it would only work with the NPCs with the markers in Chinatown. So that kicked it back in. That happened about 3 times in my playthrough. And there's another one, if you're unlucky enough, there's a lady in Chinatown. So you get 2 main quests with her. But the way I did it was, the only 2 quests I had left were those 2. The ones for her. So I did the first one, and then I tried to do the second one. I forgot which order it was. And it wouldn't work. So I did a reload, and then I did the second one, and then the first one, and then it worked. So, you know, I think it was, you know, where you get the information about the parade thingy. Yeah. We did that second. Yeah. And it worked together. So if you're unlucky enough for that, I suppose. Now, I could have, let's say, doing that quest and saving it and, you know, probably writing over it and then going back and try to do the other quest. But it wouldn't have triggered. That was one thing. And then that... It's something got to do with, you know, when you go into an area and it won't allow you to have a weapon. That gets stuck sometimes. Even when the quest is over, you still can't have a weapon. But yeah, minor stuff. But I found a way around it. So let's say when these are in, when you figure out where the roads are, maybe I was thinking... something like that. So you'll have that kind of look, which looks a lot better, and you can get them really, really close on these. And then let's say there'll be a small space and you'd probably be doing something... something like this. Well, it definitely would be something to consider. Yeah, you get the idea, all right. You see what I mean? Well, obviously with a little bit more room, and then there's haystacks and tons of junk. You know what I mean? So you'd be probably doing something like that here with small areas. So more kind of, you know, fortified areas and things like that. Kind of separated out a lot more, with a lot more space in between. And then let's say, you know, once you get going on these and you've got large spaces because of the aerial view, be probably coming in, if I can get enough of them, you know, with these large trees. You know, in reasonable areas. I still haven't got to see them fully grown. That kind of stuff. Oh, you can't see them now. There's already 3 of them here. I'm waiting for them to grow, one at each corner. So this would make maybe a pretty nice kind of garden area, I suppose. There's hedges and shrubs and stuff like that as well that I haven't really looked at properly yet. We'll have a quick look at them. Yeah, here's the wild rose bush. Obviously that will flower. And then you have the green shrub. Oh. I found a spot for that somewhere. I think I'm glad now. I never buyed. Yeah, I stopped doing that. You know, unfortunately Starfield was bought day one, but that was a gift. You know, from my wife. I couldn't really tell her it would be ungrateful that, you know, pre-ordering stuff from BGS is not a good idea. But she knew I was into BGS games, so, you know. Yeah, I could do something with those eventually. But there's still a lot to do before we even get there. Let's see what the other things are. Well, it's autumn now, obviously, so they're not going to be flowering. What else have we got here? Yeah, there's these guys. Rocks, for some reason. Balancing rock. Ooh. Could probably make a little centerpiece for that one. I know where that's going anyway. Yeah, I'll see what way that looks later. Needs a bit of work. So what else have we got here? I'll be loading this up again, so it doesn't really matter about this. Yeah, these are interesting enough, but they're disappointingly small. You've got that guy there, which I could kind of work with that, I think. Well, maybe we put a few of these together. Nah, you can't get them close enough. Maybe. Nah. I'm thinking maybe something up here if I can get my house in here. There's that one. And then there's the other one. What was the other one like? Ah, it's a little smaller. It's basically the same thing. It's the same as that. You know, without the second layer on the back piece. Oh, we could definitely use them alright. Not bad. So bought a couple of other games. Ah, you wouldn't have known, obviously. Yeah. I thought myself it would have been playable. It looked pretty decent on paper, didn't it? You know, endless planets to visit in your own starship. And even with the empty planets and even with the really silly starship, if the quest and the story had to be even mid, it might not have been that bad, you know? Because we're forever giving BGS, you know, chances. But nothing in that game clicked for me. Yeah, absolutely nothing clicked. Well, what did you think of Starfield? Yeah, something like that I'm thinking. Now we need taverns as well. At least 2. I think... Well, this is a small area, so... This would definitely be some kind of garden area, I suppose. We'll find something. This spot down here has potential. It's pretty flat. I would have to clear some trees here and there, but it would take a while to grid it out. But I would say this is where a production area will be going in. Although I would like, if I could, to maybe spread it out a bit. I was thinking maybe of the way this is now to palisade it off, and then let's say maybe a gateway here and there running into another. Well, we can't do it here with a road, but we definitely probably going down here. Yeah, from this area here, and then another area, you know, like that, like the old compounds they used to have. Might work. But okay, let's load this up. Yeah, but that's the stuff. There's not a lot in the DLC. A little bit disappointing. You know, I was hoping, you know, maybe for some more stuff we could put outside. You know, barrows and things like that. Would be nice. Because if you're doing a big settlement, you know, you just keep repeating the stuff. He didn't like it. Only told me after I said I heard it was terrible. Ah. But he likes the older BGS games, the likes of Oblivion and Skyrim and New Vegas, I suppose. Yeah. He, like me, was expecting a little better. Yeah. I thought the game was soulless. Games like that should be illegal. But things could go sideways yet from Microsoft. You know, they're on one of their little missions again. You know, I remember when they were doing pretty decently on the 360. Changed the whole system again, got pretty toxic. And now, only after what, 15, 20 years, they're starting to make ground again. And the second they did, they went along and did something like this. Yeah. If you like Fallout 3, New Vegas and that, you're gonna hate Starfield. Now, I wasn't I wasn't expecting it to be, you know, just like Fallout, you know, obviously. But I was hoping that the quests would make a little bit of sense, you know. The clone, did you see that quest? You know, this person was a clone of the other person, but one was male and one was female. Okay, I suppose the game, it doesn't have to make sense. But they were so dragged out, Jonathan. You know, the quests were bad. And, you know, even the best of them, even the best quest line, which was mediocre, but it was very mid. But it was so dragged out, it really killed it, you know. You could, if you had a good quest line, you could kind of drag it out, you know, but the missions were really, really long. You know, with something that bad, you would want, let's say, instead of having one large mission, you know, you'd have maybe 6 smaller missions or something. You know, it wouldn't be so obvious then how bad it was. But when you're stuck in a quest you don't like for that length of time, it can, yeah, totally turn you off a game, and you can't really, you know, back out, you know. Yeah, the building was limited, but it's the best you're ever going to see from BGS. I remember after that, you know, and then long time after, let's say, and then the news of Starfield got out. Oh, there's going to be buildings, going to be this. I said no. You probably heard me say. I said they'll never do anything like that again. They couldn't handle the stuff on Fallout 4, and it's too much like hard work. I said if they were ever going to do any building at all in Starfield, it would be more like Skyrim, where you get kind of set pieces and you just plop them into place, and that's exactly what it was. But not as aesthetic, horrible, buggy, and sterile, you know. It is. Yeah, looking at it doesn't do it justice. Playing it is a lot worse. Usually a game is the reverse. You know, looking at a game doesn't do it justice. You know, playing it, it's a bit better. And this was the opposite. looking at it was a lot less boring than playing it was. It was soul sucking. It was. Got to the stage where I think I nodded off a couple of times, running across the planets. And then to think that a buggy was going to fix everything, because people were complaining about running for 20 minutes to pick up a tin can. The game wasn't designed for a buggy anyway. The terrain is too rough. So then they put jets into it so you could bounce around like an NPC in Oblivion. Oh my god. I think they know they're silly and incompetent, but why change when you're still selling that sort of junk? We normally do huge less play BGS games, and even they were struggling. You seen mine? Yeah, you see the bugs I encountered. There was no need for it. Right off the bat, Jonathan. When you met Sarah and she had to take you to this place, she kept telling me there was someone with me, even though there wasn't. God. But even if there was no bugs, it was a horrible game. But it would have been less horrible, And this is a game that said they held back for a year to polish it. 7 years, Jonathan, for that game. New Vegas was a masterpiece, and that was done by a tiny team in 18 months, and the tech was nothing, like it is now. Yeah. But under no circumstances will I buy first day releases from BGS ever again. No pre-orders, 0. And even if the game is playable, I'll wait till it goes on sale for half price before I'll even consider touching it. Yeah, I think Todd owes me. Yeah, he definitely owes me. And it's not just for Starfield, it's for a lot of other stuff. Having to buy Skyrim umpteen times to play it. That thing when I had it for 360 and then, when we got the other consoles, it wasn't made backward compatible. So he sold it again. Then he thrown in some mods on the anniversary and he sold it again. That's 3 times on console. It was sold on other platforms and on PC. I think he sold that game about 20 something times, I think. Yeah. I seen a little bit of gameplay. I wasn't impressed. Maybe it's the kind of game you'd have to play. Yeah. What, to be honest, not that I take politics or social issues or ideology too seriously, but, one of the developers from Obsidian, he was pretty toxic, and I was surprised he wasn't silenced, but I don't mean silenced in a bad way, but he was saying stuff like, he's getting into Twitter fights. It was like watching a preschool thing, he's getting into Twitter fights, and he said, what was it again? That he didn't want any crusty white gamers playing the game, and that he purposely made the game frustrating. This was their quest designer, whatever he was, anyway. But he was absolutely off his head. He really needed some psychiatric help, this guy. And obviously, a company cannot control its employees in that way. That's on their free time. But if they use that free time to damage sales for a game and cost the company money, I think a company should step in. Let's say, when a dev does that, when they alienate a large portion of a customer base because of their beliefs, which they're totally entitled. Although I think, calling people names that he doesn't know is going too far. But It's like if you were running a store and you hire an employee, let's say, for stacking shelves or whatever the case may be. But he didn't do that. No, let's say he did do that. But on his free time, let's say he would wait outside your door and he would insult customers coming in, you know, driving them away in droves. I don't think anyone could tolerate that, to be honest. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But, Avowed was a disaster. I watched some gameplay of that. It was very low effort. But I prefer the devs, let's say the older devs, on Obsidian. It's a pity back in the day, Jonathan, that they didn't get a shot at a Skyrim. After New Vegas, the Elder Scrolls. Oh, it absolutely does. An absolute clown on Twitter. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. It's such a pity. But, yeah, not that it makes a lot of difference, but, these are the kind of people. But it didn't upset me at all, But I did think to myself, hang on, this guy is doing this, and the company is not shutting it down. So, even though the company was saying nothing, that means they must have been of the same mind. So then you're talking about a company, and you're talking about a company that really doesn't want people like themselves playing the game. Talk about, what do they call it again? You say a lot of silly stuff because you think it's popular. I forget the name of it. Yeah, that's all I wanted. Those older devs. Yeah. And the guys who did Oblivion. They were all pushed out after a while, really. Yeah. But, that's the way it goes, I suppose. Not much can be done. The only chance for gaming now, Jonathan, is indie developers. Guys like these guys here. But I wouldn't mind to see these guys do something on a larger scale. Voice acting, put some time into quest writing, that kind of stuff. I wouldn't mind, let's say, if they did, a really bigger game, giving them the money that I would give to the likes of Ubisoft or BGS. So, hang on, what were we doing? I'm not sure if I loaded this up. Let's load it up. I'm over my 4 hours. I'll try and go on a bit more. But this disc is giving me such problems. Giving me massive migraines as well. The company, but there was a game company a decade ago who got their game panned, and they were on social media looking for sympathy. You're a company, you're entitled to success just because you worked hard. No, this is what I can't understand either, yeah. When everyone complained about Starfield and other games, and they were looking for sympathy, oh, it's so hard. It's a job. I had a job as well, and I worked hard, and now I've got a bad back and I'm living in misery and pain. But that's the consequences of working, You can't have an easy job. You can't, let's say, have a job, sell a product to someone, that product is absolute slop, and then tell them that it's hard to do. Nobody cares about that. They're paying you money, you're supposed to provide a service, and nobody's going to give you a safe room, But a lot of the games that I've seen, as I said, I don't care about their ideology or whatever. The game is bad, it's bad. But one game in particular, the quest writers were obviously, suffering from some serious trauma. You know, they were basically trauma dumping. Now, fair enough. You know, I have sympathy for that kind of thing, but I don't buy a game to listen to someone's problems. You know, the whole point of the game is to be engaging and to be fun. There's other places and platforms for that, and gaming is not one. Not if you want to stay afloat, at least. You know? Yeah. But, like, you know, we've all worked hard. You know? But imagine if you were doing a job, you know, and, you know, it was time to get paid for your job, but it was horrible mess. And they said, oh, well, we're not going to pay you because it's, you know, it's a horrible job. But I worked hard. It's the thought that counts. Give me your money. Nah, it's delusion. Like it's a straight up grift, or else these people need. Well, they're not fit for real life. You know what I mean? They're not fit for the world. Like if these guys go out into the world, they're in trouble. You know. Because once you step outside that door, everyone is out to get you. No one is your friend, you know. Yeah, I don't know. But we're probably talking about a generation, Jonathan, you know, that, you know, they're always told that, you know, everything was easy and probably they were special. There's nobody special. We're all the same, you know. Some of us are obviously more successful than others. It's a combination of talent, skill and luck. Mostly luck, to be honest. You know. But yeah, they probably went out of the world thinking that they were, you know, pretty unique. You know. But there's nothing unique about making an idiot out of yourself on social media. Nothing unique at all. But I still think it's just a small minority, you know, that's doing that. I think, you know, the vast majority of people are pretty sensible. And they don't comment at all, you know, whatsoever. It's just it's always the loud minority that will always, you know, make the most noise. And then you've got opposition, obviously. And then you'll get this thing like in politics where if one person from one side does something, oh, you're all like that. And then it's the same on the other side. And it's the same thing played out over and over and over again. Same thing. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'll tell you, my generation didn't get that, to be honest. Everything we got, we earned. And it's the best way to be. You know. If you earn something, you're respected more. But getting handed stuff is no good. You know. But it's bad parenting. I'm not saying that, you know, to be too hard on your kids. But at least let them know what to expect. You know, that they won't get the breaks, or they won't get the opportunities or the treatment they get within the family, you know, and friends. You know, family has a vested interest, because when you step outside that door, you're a target. You know, everyone will try and manipulate you, and well, not everyone, but a good majority will try and use you. You know, and don't take it personal, because that's just how it is, you know. And if you don't like that, well, there's nothing you can do about it, really. You know, you were born. Yeah, yeah. It's still a minority, I think, but they make the most noise. And I don't know, certain factions from the other side would say, oh well, everyone on that side is like that, and then it's the same on the other side. You know, somebody does something wrong from the other side, and it's the tit for that thing. It's endless, going on since the beginning of history. Yeah. Yeah, Exactly. You know, there's no sense in, worrying too much about stuff that's out of your control. The only thing that happens there is you make the situation much worse, you know. Just gotta get up and you gotta do it again. Yeah. And do it again. I think it's the best way, you know. But that kind of disrespect as well, like on social media, where you see people attacking each other, even people they don't know. That kind of disrespect, that's toxic and that eats away at someone. It's how could I put this? One of the first things you learn about respecting yourself, is not to be doing stuff like that, to be treating people like that. Sure, people have disagreements or whatever the case may be, and yeah, you're entitled to your opinion. But seeking attention for it is a different thing, But I still think, as I said, most of the actors that we see, doing this, I think most of them was, number one, it's attention. And number two, there's some kind of financial gain from this. And then, of course, you'll get people that actually, really believe in that kind of thing. That I should hate you because, you're different than me in some way. The irony of that is that if everyone was the same, it would probably be much worse. We'd have to find something else. Maybe we'll go into height, or weight, or eye colour, or hair colour. But I suppose for some it's a way of kind of, they're unhappy with their lot in life, and then need to release their anger, I suppose, and frustration. And most people need a target, for that. But it's like that old saying, behind the life you want, or is it the life you want is behind the work you're avoiding. And that's not, let's say, just physical work, that's working on yourself as well. Oh, there's tons of little quotes like that, isn't there? God, for a normal guy, it's soul crushing, isn't it? Like, my generation of men anyway were kind of pretty simple, simple needs, just some peace and some quiet and logic. For God's sake, some logic. If something is wrong, say it. No games. We don't do the game stuff. Who knows what the next few generations will be like. Now, what are we... Oh yeah, we're waiting around to get some more junk to sell, isn't it? But I remember this. It was about maybe 10 years ago. And my friend's son invited me to this function thing. He was there with his girlfriend or whatever the case may be. But I was sitting down, and I will have a few drinks, if I'm socializing, but, not getting drunk or anything like that. Just, sip something, you know, pretty light just to fit in. But my friend's son anyway was, you know, he was chatting with his girlfriend. And she said I was unfortunately within earshot. You know, we'll go to a nightclub, and he said, well, you know, the bouncers at a nightclub, we don't exactly see eye to eye. They're not going to let me in, and you know, it might get a bit nasty. But no, she wanted to party. So she kept at him, and he said, you know, he said, I can't go. So she stood up and smacked him in the face. And I just looked and I was amazed. So he didn't react. And then she did it again. So then he stood up and he was really angry. So that's when I stood up. And I said, you know, come over here. It's okay. Yeah, just leave it go, you know. So nothing happened. So kind of brought him away, calmed him down, blah, 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 that kind of stuff. So about an hour or so later, I think it was, again, I was in earshot of her and her friends. You should have seen the story. You should have heard the story, she told. Yes, it's unbelievable. And if I wasn't there and witnessed it myself, I'd probably believe it. So the girl said to her, you know, what went on? Oh, I don't know. I was just sitting down and I said to him, you know, are you thinking about going to a nightclub? And he got really angry and he attacked me. Ho, ho, ho. I'm such a victim. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Why would you date someone like that, Jonathan? Would you be that desperate? You know what I mean? But she really made him out to be a really horrible person. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. But there was red flags anyway. I remember when I went in first, she struck up a little conversation with me. When I was down the other side, you know, it was just me and her, and for some reason, you know, she wanted to pour out her life story to me, a stranger, of, you know, how she didn't like her dad, you know, typical daddy issues, you know, horrible stuff, massive red flag, you know. Oh, absolutely, he did, but unfortunately too late. Yeah. I don't know what's wrong with the younger generation. They're not too good at seeing red flags or taking advice, or, you know, even when things are going disastrously, just take that advice and just see how it goes. They're absolutely hell-bent on learning things the hard way, you know. Absolutely. Now, she was an attractive enough woman, you know what I mean, and seemed to be reasonably intelligent, but inside she was very, very ugly, you know. I would rather see that beauty inside than out, to be honest.
Taxes were lower.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. No one should take that kind of abuse. Male or female, it doesn't make a difference. Yeah, we'll make a few of these. What time is it? I'll see if I can get another... go for another half an hour. I'll have to maybe take a migraine tablet or something for this. I think she was a massive problem to her dad, Jonathan. Reading between the lines, you know. I know she was self-centered, and she kind of struck me as as a person that, you know, if she was dating someone for a long time, if she seen something that she thought was a better prospect, you know, she'd be jumping over this devoid of any kind of emotion. I think she might have been in so many relationships that she just went numb, you know what I mean? Incapable of any kind of bonding with anyone. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But, you know, there's that mental torture as well. That's just as bad. The mental torture. For guys anyway, at least. You know, that bickering all the time, or the paranoid jealousy. Yeah. I knew another guy, let's say, you know, he was dating this one, and, you know, he even looked in the direction of another woman. You know, there was massive argument. It even got to the stage, listen to this, Jonathan, how psycho this is, that he couldn't look at an attractive female on TV. Yeah. You know what I mean? Now that was... But I tend to think that, you know, people who are that paranoid, that people are cheating on them, you know, with no logic to it whatsoever, are probably of that mind because they're capable of doing so themselves, and they would be judging, you know, their partner. Let's say they would be judging them by their own rules. Yeah, you'll see it from time to time. Oh, yeah, she was a basket case. And then, I remember another time, it was definitely a it was a psychological issue. But the lady seemed okay. But obviously there was something off, because I remember we went to school together and kind of kept in touch for a long time after. But he was dating this lady. Oh, we were pretty young. You know what it's like, late teens, early 20s. But he was telling me that she had this habit that she couldn't break. But basically, no matter where she went, you know, in someone's bathroom, or a bathroom in an inn or a pub or a bar, she had to steal the toilet paper. She didn't use it or anything. She would wrap it in a ball. That's... I don't know. It's kind of funny and it's kind of scary at the same time. Toilet paper. Yeah. I don't know. I don't get that one. Oh, it's an absolute minefield out there, isn't it? But not only are you dealing with that, but if you think you found the perfect match, people change too over time. You're definitely playing against the odds. Yeah. I wonder what the issue was there. But almost always is traced back to some kind of spat or disagreement, or some kind of hatred of a parent in some way, isn't it? Oh, that was definitely something mental, alright. But she was nice enough and seemed normal. Just that little flaw. I suppose, you know, everyone has their flaws, so... Oops, hang on. There we go. I knew a guy once that had a stalker. That was kind of scary, to be honest. Right, we need to do something. We'll just find something to do. I won't have enough time to do a proper quest. Oh, what's this? Yeah, why not? Free dung. Where is my horse? He's 452. Oh my good god. 471. I must have left him at the other town. Bring him back here where it's safe. Those guys can eventually die, you know, they get attacked by wolves. Yeah, you stay there, you'll be good. Perfect. Yeah, there's a bit of colouring we need to do on the farm buildings, and then that should be it, I'd say. Well, I'll have a couple of days before I stream again if I have the time and get rid of this horrible migraine. I might be able to do some kind of road layout, and then we can kind of push back with the other very important buildings we need for production. This is not staying here, this is just a temporary thing. Then we need another area for the farm animals. We'll need a few areas. And by then, most of the trees should be up. I think. Try and do something with a garden area as well. Oh yeah, this thing here. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, we do the inside first, I suppose. Yeah, way better if you put the black dye on this. Blends in way better with the roof. Like so. Yeah, it looks pretty good on the wooden stuff. Let's see if we can get there, can we? Ah, come on. I think at one stage I had to build a platform to get up here. There it is. Gotcha. Now... there's still a lot of work to be done on this. I suppose all I can do is, as I get the junk, just, you know, keep pushing it on it. I think that's the last one now. I don't think we have any more. Yep. That's it for the time being. On the other map you could buy this stuff, but not on this one for some reason. I haven't seen one vendor with black dye. But we can make it, but we still haven't got enough workers in to, you know, make it en masse. But enough to keep us going as we're doing this. It's going to take ages to get this done anyway. Oh, I've been tired. I can't make it out. I've been tired so much today. What are we doing? Oh yeah, we need to sleep. Yeah, we better save it inside. But what I might do, I might be able to flick through a few seasons as well, quickly. Now we'll get the trees to grow. the sooner they're up and done, then I can do a proper kind of look at this and see how we can lay it out. But until they're up, I can't really envision this. We need to know what kind of room we're working with as well. What looks the best? But it will definitely be different with a lineup of trees. So that's it, guys. Yeah, I know I've only done not even 5 hours, but yeah, I can't go on much longer. My neck is killing me, and I need to rest it as well. My migraine is getting much worse. But at least we got our 4 hours. We couldn't push to 6, but I should be okay next time, hopefully. So thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate it. I will of course be back. Yeah, it's after 6 as well, so I should be able to get maybe 4 hours sleep in before I get awoken, hopefully. Yeah, I will be back. Oh, my pleasure. Jaeger, and thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I will be back Tuesday evening, Eastern Standard Time. And that would be early Wednesday morning GMT. And thanks for hanging out, Jonathan. I appreciate it. And you too, Necro. Good night and have a good one. So, yeah, I think I'll get some rest. But, yeah, definitely, I'll stick this out with my neck for a while. But I'm kind of fearful of, you know, maybe putting too much pressure on my dog in case he sends me for that operation. I'm not willing to take that chance. So I'll stick it out. I hope it will go like my original injury, you know, where I will suffer for quite a length of time. But, you know, eventually it will kind of ease down to a level I can tolerate. You know, maybe it's just, you know, swelled or something and just needs some time. It usually works that way. But we'll see how it goes. I want to avoid that operation at all costs. Yeah, it's too much. It's even scary thinking about it, to be honest. But I think I'll be good. No sense in worrying about it. But yeah, that's me done for this stream. I will be back, as I said, Tuesday evening Eastern Standard Time. Then off for the 2 days again, and then back again for Friday and Saturday. Thanks everyone for being here, for the follows, and of course the raids and the lurking. Appreciate it. So goodbye, Necro. Jonathan, Jaeger, Young, and Suburban Warrior, if you were watching. Have a good one, guys. And of course to Terry, Randy, Hufflepuff, and Tigger, if you were watching. Have a good one, ladies. Let's see who else is here. And of course, thanks again for the follows, guys. Eva, of course. Have a good one, Eva. And thanks again for following Martian. And thanks for... Oh yeah, that's the same one. That's the same one. Yeah, that's Terry and Young. We've done those two. Let me see. And of course, Pokemons. And Phoenix, yeah. Phoenix as well. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I think that's everyone. But if I've forgotten anyone, apologies to whoever I might have forgot, and to everyone who was watching. I appreciate it. And thanks again for being here, Necro. I appreciate it. So, I better go, guys, and get some rest. I've got, you know, one of those special neck support pillows. I'm going to have to bring that out of storage. I haven't used it in quite some time. I think now is the time, huh? Yeah, hopefully that will give me some relief. But, yeah. We'll do the usual. We'll go straight to a raid, and hope to see you all next time if you got the time. So let's see who's streaming.